Okay, we should be live here. Hello, folks. Let me get the title set. All right. I'll switch the screen over. Oh. Man, I used to be able to do those like 10 plus hour days and just get up and do the same thing again the next day. That was brutal. That was brutal. Took me a while to get to sleep, slept a whole bunch, took me a while to get up, took me a while to run. That's all right. Hang on, let me get one thing set up. Then we'll get started properly. Okay. I think we're set. We are, yeah, we are set. Oops, one message to answer on the side and we'll be good. Hmm. Okay. How did everything go? How did last night? Yeah, everything is running. We just have to fix well, there are a few things we have to fix, I suppose. Not bad. Mhm. Pretty much we just have to fix some stuff with rendering, turn-based, and we should be good, and we can kind of just actually test the important stuff today. Fix up our eval, fix up our core stuff, clean up this horrible hell of macro stupidity. In the next week? No. We're going to have it set up for the full release. But I typically wait a while to make sure everything is fully stable. Plus, there's always some release work to do with writing some blog posts and such, running benchmarks. But we will have everything stable. Plan is we're going to figure out how to get nice smooth rendering with Neural MMO. Ideally, we can do it in a way where the env is responsible for its own render loop. And we will go from there. I think that should work fine, honestly. That is the correct design. Ah, this is the one I've been waiting for forever. Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. Hello. Hey, Bull. Welcome. So as you can see, this is not what the eval is supposed to look like. There's always been this annoying discrepancy between the render loop for web and for desktop. I'd like to have a clean way to handle this across all the environments today. I think that should be reasonably straightforward to accomplish. And once we have that, we should be able to do a bit more stuff. I think what's going to happen is basically this little macro thing. We're going to just stick this. We're going to invert this and put this in the puffer end thing. And then it'll work across ends. This is frozen. local model for the project. What I'm doing at the moment, yes, I have these locally. They're going to be small enough, though, that they're going to be able to be shipped with the browser. So you'll just be able to see them on the website. There are a couple environments where we'll have to ship a somewhat lower quality policy to make it small enough. Probably we won't want to ship anything more than 1 or 2 million parameters. Whereas some of our environments go up to maybe 10 mil with what they really need. But it should still be pretty good. Wait, what the fuck? Await new promise. My guy, this is a .h file. What are you doing? Huh? Wait. How the fuck does that do anything? What? Wait. What the heck did this thing do? Huh? Does anybody understand how this fucking works? Okay, is this... Oh, I know. Well, this is officially the weirdest code gen I've ever seen. M stringifies the body and wraps it in JS. It stringifies... Oh, okay. So it's just a literal... No, 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 no. It's not actually that interesting. It's just like removing this and pasting it into JS. That's still kind of nutty. Not as big of a deal, though. Mm-hmm. Easy enough. Escape is bad. Not be having escape. This also breaks. Okay. Hey, Liberty. We're basically just going to make sure that this rendering trick works very cleanly here, and then we're just going to apply it across all ends. Because this is, if it works here, it'll work everywhere. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. This is how I designed it, man. Now it works. There we go. Has the rendering changed? Nope. This is how it's always been. It's just that there was some buggy bullshit going on. This is how I originally built Neural MMO. I was super proud of this thing when I first built it. I still think it's like the best sim thing I've done. Neural MMO 4? Ooh, could be. Though I think we're at a point where we can kind of just, like, throw Puffer at RuneScape. Watching sports ball, what, Convert? And I've been moving super slow this morning. I'm on late today. I went for a little run, I got some lifting in, I got some food and some coffee, and I'm feeling a bit better. Cool. I don't do those competitions, but people in the Puffer community do them. Dev build. Dude, have you not seen what Valo's done? Like, he has that. If up key, return action up. No. Interesting, I say. Okay. What have we done today? We've gone for a run, gotten some lifting, and gotten some breakfast, Jess. Other than that, I'm messing with some rendering fixes, and hopefully especially rendering fixes for turn-based games. Uh, Let me see. good thing. Do you have any idea why PPO is particularly good? People failed to get something better. I kind of think that's the wrong way of looking at it. So it's more so that all the other directions that people have gone down make absolutely no damn sense. On policy RL is basically the only thing that actually consistently works well. You get a fairly low variance estimate from on-pol data using your value function. You get a long form bootstrap through generalized advantage estimation that you do not get with other methods. And the clip term doesn't actually give you any sort of safety guarantees, but it does prevent very, very bad updates from immediately crashing things. It gives you a degree of robustness. By comparison, like, off policy is horrendously inefficient with your compute. It has an absolutely awful high variance estimate. It actually relies on data being on policy in many ways for many of the advanced techniques and just ignores the fact that it isn't, or attempts to apply corrections that do not work. Model-based approaches are even worse at just burning unlimited amounts of compute to learn a much more expensive objective than just learning a policy. Anything else I'm missing? Stuff like hierarchical RL is mostly a meme. I think that about covers it. Grok 4.6, it's fast. Read my article on X. It has a full list of papers and things that I recommend. Ultra Opinionated Guide to RL. That article. I will update it at some point, but it's still pretty... Like, all the information there is pretty much still good. I don't know. The modeled questions get old to me because it's like... These things are completely interchangeable. It really doesn't matter what token muncher I'm using. In my mind, it's like almost as dumb as if all of the questions that I got were like, why are you using Vim? Right? I think people will still ask, Jess. Actually, maybe we'll try it. You know what? I'm not against research in chess, but the point of the chess project we have is not to replicate existing work that, like, on chess. It's to test our self-play and see how far we can get with that. You take research notes? Not really. I don't know, I'm pretty good at keeping things straight in my head with my work. I've been doing it a long time. No, dude. No macro conditionals. Please. Oh, I see. Maybe, Jess. Yeah, Jess. I it's the fucking heavy plan, but it's like least possible interesting thing going on right now. Hang on. I'm just trying to figure out how we should set the frame rate. Does our demo need to handle it then? Does our demo have to handle it? Mojo? Eh. I saw it when it came, like, first was released a long... It's a weird mix of Rust and Python. I'm not really a fan. Is there a nice way to condition? It's gonna need frame rate anyways. No, that won't work. That doesn't work. Damn it. I should not be getting stuck on this. Hang on, I have to figure. I'm just brain is moving slowly this morning or this day, I guess. Oh, how about this? That's better. That's error proof. There's basically no way you can screw that up. Why is the web so shit, man? Why is web so shit? So annoying. Lovely. It's pretty annoying, I gotta admit. It's just being weird, I think. Not really what I want to deal with now, but this should make it easy to handle everything else. Yeah, we're not vendoring core data, stupid model. So working, Jim? I'm not in that facility at the moment, but I will be back there later in the year. I missed the place. It's very nice. Definitely get more benching in. Even when you don't really have to deal with browser stuff, because you're writing C, you still have to deal with browser stuff. Lovely. Okay, that looks decent to me. No, I think that's right. We could always just thread it. Could we? Sort of, right? We could just thread it for the bigger M's. Oh, does that work? That may not work, right? Because when we call step, it automatically does both. I think it'll still worth it. We should prototype this so it doesn't make a mess. We'll do Connect 4 maybe. Worth spending a little time on this. Make a lot of stuff much less janky. What the problem is with render? Well, I mean, Jess, for turn-based M's, right? We want it to be rendering at a higher FPS so it's responsive. We also want it to... We'd like it to not show your move and then the opponent move instantly at the same time, ideally. Because that's pretty confusing when you're watching the agent play. And then we want to make sure it also shows you the terminal state. And we want to do that without adding a whole bunch of jank requirements to the ends. Mm-hmm. Which papers have you liked most recently? I was experimenting with some ideas for from Adam Rell for a little bit. Mm. Weird. Hmm. That's really cool. Yeah, it's just marketing. Something is. You can kind of tell immediately. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. And we'll see whether it looks good, and then we'll see whether we like the approach. Doesn't look like it's been pushed. Unable to find the paper you mentioned. There's no way, right? Adam, rel, rl. God. Let's get it to work first, and then we'll see about the impul. The good news is I basically only have to do these two M's, and then everything else will be automatic. Interesting. Well, when will it be suitable for locomotion? You can use it for locomotion, whatever M's that you have. Thought you play this yourself? What? This? No hands. And then look, this is Neural MMO 3. No hands. But if I hit control, now I can play it. So I can go find somebody to fight. This guy's too strong. Can I kill level 4? Not with the missing HP, I can't. So maybe I can find like a level. This guy will wreck me. Let's not get close to him. Oh, oops. You get one shot. Alright, let's see if I can be better at my own game. This guy's also going to wreck me. Maybe a level 4. Nope. The highest you can beat at level 1's level 3, I believe. This guy'll work. Okay, now you get a tool. Now I can equip this tool. I can get armor here. I can equip this. I can get a sword. Take this off, put this on, and now I can hit control, and I can let the agent play. And we can see what it decides it should do with all of the equipment I've just given it. Gonna go kill this level 4. It's fun. Torch and Isaac Lab. Oof. Yeah, that's a rough... robotic stack is pretty rough. You kind of have to commit to building a lot of your own simulation tooling is the thing to replace it. But if I were in robotics, I would absolutely be building my own sim stack for that. One of the most impressive projects. Thank you. Taking a lot of work. Yeah, I'll leave this over here. Oop. While I look at this. Look at it just like juking everybody. Pretty funny, right? How's the game connect to RL? This is an agent playing it. The whole thing is an RL benchmark. Did it work? Anyone puffer done? Work with the Google football sim. No, because it's kind of slow. If you wanted a soccer sim, you'd build one yourself. That's better. Kinvert did a super janky one lately. We've done similar stuff, but building a good one for that would be some work. It would be some work. Source. What am I doing here? Ocean, Connect 4, obviously. 412 to 47. Wait, 472 lines? Did it get shorter? It did get shorter. How did it get shorter? Really? I would definitely mess with this. I'm actually confused. End of show player. Few weeks for 5-0, most likely. Before I leave California for the summer. Certainly. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't go try to refactor the entire bloody ends. Alright, this, and then we apply to everything and we should be good. I did want to look at one thing, because we've gotten a couple PRs where people have actually, like, cleaned up. Like, what are they doing here to make these look nice? Is this literally just... Is this a texture? Or is this Raylib? It's just to draw a circle. Okay. But it's two gradients. Interesting. Two gradients. Excuse me. I think this also needs anti-aliasing. Yeah, we need anti-aliasing on these M's. All right. This is basically what we were trying to get to for the first couple hours here, right? We went and we figured out a clean way to handle the rendering jank for turn-based and non-turn-based environments on web. Right? We came up with like minimally invasive ways to do that. And now, since we have those two clean examples, we're just going to map that onto everything. And then essentially, this should be adding almost no code. And if it's adding any code, we prevent it from making a mess. And that's it. That's all we need. After this, we can actually go on to hopefully clean up some core code. Stripe acquires open router, seriously? All right. I will be right back. Let me use the restroom and grab a drink. Right, drink. We got that. Yeah. It gets old, man. It really does. Hello, welcome. The Grok note, yeah. This should essentially be This should be a tiny diff. In fact, I can basically get this thing auto-checked. I can literally just check this stuff automatically. I did all of the manual checking work yesterday. I did it all yesterday. We're good. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. That's actually the next thing I was thinking of. I want to see whether that fixes it on its own or not. But let's get this done first. We could probably just add that at the web demo level, to be fair. I gotta write more on this. We can check stuff like this. Hello? Just make sure everything is good. Just check all the M's. Is that a smoothie? No, that's a coffee. Smooth. Did I make MOBA for 60 FPS? I forget. Use the FPV drone race. I told him to look this up. Thank you. Thank you for starring the puffer as well. Star the puffer. Puffer like stars. Drone demo nerd sniped him. Oh, Puffer's gotten so much better since some of those demo videos. And that's the 4.0 demo is pretty good. One O launch? Oh my gosh, we've gotten stuff so much better since then. Check the drone demo on our website now. It's night and day. Slime volley is fine. I just have to double check all the M's. Okay. I just have to make sure nothing broke. Constellation has log shape a lot. I'm not seeing things. What? Well, it has log shape because it's log scale, right? So if we just pick an env here, right, it's like log linear. You can switch this to be linear. And then, yeah, you get this log curve. You can switch it to score, which will give you the full scale. You can also do it in steps. That one's, funny enough, a little flatter. Right? The tower defense. Cool. Alright. Those are all the minor fixes. Hmm. I'm hoping this will be essentially zero bloat and jank. Maybe a couple M's will need a little bit of work, but we're essentially, I'm just gonna check the line count diff across everything and a couple other things. We checked everything manually for all the big changes yesterday, remember? And we will be good. It's currently 3 p.m., so if we can finish this in the next hour or so, gives us a couple hours to go through core code. GUI to train. Like 1 day so. Yeah, it's not. It's really not like consumer tech in that way. Like if you need a GUI, like you're probably not the target audience for it. I guess technically, there might be something there. I will think about that. Almost done. We will double check this. And then obviously we'll make sure that nothing got completely screwed up in the process. Heavy work day was yesterday for the most part. It's easier today. I wonder if the one that's supposed to move the site worked. Yeah, okay. Um, we have over 60 environments. That's crazy. We have over 60 ends. Hmm. Okay, everything except tower climb animals should be good, so we can at least check this in the background. We don't need to... Okay, this is fine. What the fuck is this and why is it important? This is the highest performance reinforcement learning library out there, and it is important because interaction is fundamental to intelligence. Another way of looking at it is there are a whole bunch of fiddly, unintuitive problems that really matter, and the best way to solve them is by simulating stupidly big amounts of data and then chucking RL at it. The problem is RL is janky and generally doesn't work, except now it does because Pufferlib exists. A lot of our tasks are games, because games are really good for research, but, you know, flying drone, driving car, navigating fiddly, whatever other industrial sim, the tech kinda doesn't care. And learn this in a week. You will not be able to learn all of this stuff in a week. However, if you have any sort of reasonable programming background, you will be able to make a decent little environment or two in a week and learn quite a bit about the field. I have educational materials available on my X under the articles tab for free. All of this is open source. And you can train most of these models on like a 10-cent per hour GPU off of Vast. I am currently just auditing a bunch of changes to make sure nothing is broken prior to our big upcoming release. Okay, this one's still broken, but this one we know is broken. This one I think is laggy because of the model. Yep, it's C. It's really simple C, though. Oh, is this fixed now? No. It's very, very simple C. Like, if you ever took an intro systems course, you're good to go. And we've also had many people learn enough to get started that had not. Fish Simulator. I like that one. I'm just making sure that nothing got broken. Okay. Okay, chess is nice now. Yeah, chess just works. Checkers. I also do review I do review NPRs on stream from new contributors, provided it's not like 100% vibe coded crap. Provided there was actual like thought and effort that went into it. Train on machines. So as of 5.0, so in 4.0 you can technically train on CPU, yes. In 5.0 we've removed that ability because it really wasn't worth it. It's so incredibly slow and unwieldy. Instead, as of 5.0, we suggest that you rent a 10-cent per hour GPU off of Vast. Like, if you're really strapped for cash, just rent a 10-cent per hour GPU off of Vast, and we give you local evaluation that works on CPU without needing a GPU. You can eval whatever you want locally, but training is CUDA only. How do I differentiate if it's vibe coded or not? If I look at the code and it's complete and utter ass, and it has all the signs of being ass because it's stupid language model jank, they have very common error patterns, then I will flame you. If it's like crap code because you're genuinely a beginner, I will give harsh feedback, but I will give useful constructive advice. And if it's generally decent, I will give advice on how to improve. And once the quality bar on code is met, and people are generally submitting things that are competently made, I will give deeper feedback on finer points of RL environment design. Most of the environments at this point are by contributors. This one's cool. Boop. Boop. This model's bad, I think, right? Yeah, this model's bad, but it's fine. Does this look slightly off to you? The speeds look kind of weird to me. Like, sometimes it runs fast, sometimes it runs slow, right? Hmm. But then this, which is basically the same environment, looks good to me. It might just be policy size. I thought we had a double pendulum policy that solves. It shouldn't be getting reward for doing that. Oh, it's not. It's trying to balance. That's funny. This one's so funny. I didn't want to merge one of these, like, silly little Flappy Bird M's. Okay, there's definitely something going on with, like, weird variable run speed. It's pretty subtle, but I can tell. Why do you see this going down the line? Hopefully solving a number of important problems in science that are heavily reliant on having simulation working well. And why open source? Because it needs to exist. And I figure I can make money anyways. Puffer is a company. Other companies can hire us to build them incredibly high performance reinforcement learning sims to just flat out solve RL problems that they have, or to integrate our tech with their internal stuff. But we have a number of professional services available. Turn-based M's? Yes. It's for any turn-based env. There was just some rendering details that needed to be handled, Arch. Pretty much just that. Oh, that's way better. How do you determine it's turn-based? No. Each env still has to implement a thing, Arch, but now we made it pretty easy to handle turn-based render without having to impose a bunch of extra stuff. It's not like automatic or anything, but we just came up with a cleaner way of doing it. Unless I'm not understanding it. I might just not be understanding it. This works. Chain reaction animations are too fast under this. Oh, I think it's because we have 0.3 seconds. Oh, that's kind of fine, though. I kind of like it. Okay, that's cool. I like it. I like it. That's cool. Honestly, very basic stuff, like how they just drew a couple gradients and circles, and the orbs look way better. It kind of gets me thinking, we should actually bother to do that. So hopefully we don't get penalized for this. We will see. Okay. Is shared? I don't really care about that. I'll basically just have to audit these ones, so I'll have like 10 M's to audit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 M's. That's not bad. Basically, no substantial additions required for this for all but 10 of the environments. Me. It's gonna be very cool to have this. We actually have lots of nice self-plans if you think about it now. Look, Robocode, that's one. We've got chess and Go. That's pretty good, right? We've got checkers, hex. This one's kind of easy. Slime volley, chain reaction, backgammon. Arguably this Ansenv, Tron, gorilla checkers. We have a lot of nice self-plans for testing now. So yeah, we're basically on time. We'll be able to have about 2 hours before dinner to go through the core, which will be the tougher work. I'll have to sit up for that. First, we got to make sure nothing else is screwed up. We commit this, and then we'll do the shared section. Oh yeah, let's take a look at anti-aliased version. Oh yeah, it's much smoother. Maybe not ideal for text on some of these. Pretty good overall, I'd say. Yeah. Everything looks just way cleaner now, right? Yep. I'm happy with that. And the text actually doesn't look bad either. Good papers on pre-training. There really aren't good... I mean, unless you mean LLM stuff, which is not my area, there really is not pre-training for RL. And the reason for that is we use RL for lots of different fiddly problems. So there really isn't that much opportunity for knowledge transfer. You're way better off just having a fast sim and training a fast task-specific model. We do retrain from scratch, and it's fast. It's very fast. Any of these RLM startups trying to buy you out? No, because we're in a different area. And frankly, we're not really trying to be bought out either. That's not the point of what I'm doing. I really foresee us just having like a small, profitable lab where we get to advance science meaningfully. Companies that are doing stuff in adjacent areas will have cause to hire our services. In fact, they already do. And we're kind of just generally free to really make some meaningful scientific advances without having to have a bunch of annoyances and strings and extras attached. I don't get that. I need curriculum. Well, one funny thing with Neural MMO, which I suspected for a while, but actually was finally patched, submitted and patched, there was a pretty big bug. So we got Soda with 1,000th of the compute of before over the last couple of days. It's still a billion steps. So it still plays like whatever that is, 20 years worth of Neural MMO. And we're still going to scale it up so it plays like 2,000 years of Neural MMO as well. But training is very fast. Training is very fast. You kind of just don't need to worry about it. Yeah, service is a service. Isn't that funny? What a shocking business model is. Wait, you're telling me we don't have to pay for some bullshit subscription? It's just we pay the service because it's a service? Yeah. Mind you, it's not a cheap service, but we provide very good value on the work that we do. We can really solve a lot of problems. Oh, this is fine then. We have lots of events where we need curriculum, man. But pre-training is not how you apply curriculum in RL. Like, here's a good example of that for you, mate. Here's this maze env, right? You see how every time it solves, it's a different maze and it's a different size? If you try to solve the full-size maze from the start, you'll never solve it. Because random actions will never get a reward. It'll take billions and billions of steps and they'll never get a reward. But if you train it on random size mazes, and this policy is not the strong one. Our actual policy has 100% solve rate on all the mazes. If you train it on all the different sizes, that's the curriculum. You see what I mean? So the curriculum is actually built into the structure of the task. That's how you do it in RL. First, it needed to be able to manipulate Legos. Yeah, exactly. You can just, you can just train it on a lot of different tasks of varying difficulty at the same time. It doesn't need to be a pre-trained model. In fact, I'd very strongly advise not using pre-trained models in RL, because then you end up with the whole continual learning mess bullshit problem. It's so much easier to just train something multitask that gives you a curriculum in most cases. This is true. Chris Peach. Good take. If you train your policy, you can reuse it, so you don't need to spend more compute. All right, so this is the thing that the LLM people are trying to sell you, right? If you pre-train the policy and it can do lots of different things, then you don't need to retrain it, so it's cheap. But then they're spending hundreds of billions of dollars, and our stuff trains in seconds on one GPU. So who's wasting compute? Also, you can train multitask policies. That is a thing. You still don't need pre-training. Does Majoko and Isaac are bad? Yep, that's pretty much the case. If the sim is slow, you have nothing to do. You make the sim fast. We do that professionally, you know? Oh, the number of times I've had people say, oh, no, it's very complicated simulator. You can't make it faster. And then we come back a week later, like, here's a lo-fi version. It trains 1000x faster. Here's it working on your problem. You can just do that. It works. It's good. Rewrite physics sims? If I were going to be deep into robotics, then yes, I would absolutely be writing my own sim. I don't know how efficient warp is and whether I would use it as a backend or not, or whether I would just take some inspiration from it. I sure as hell wouldn't be building on any of the big platforms, though. Those are awful. I don't doubt that you totally could make it fold laundry fast in a sim. In my mind, that's just a very stupid problem. So, like, if somebody really wants to hire us to do that, and like, sure, I guess, but they're just cooler and more important problems to be solving. By all means, though, if one of our contributors wants to go, like, throw together some robotics demos to stymie a bunch of robotics folks, like, go ahead. There's really nothing unique about robotics where it's like, oh no, you absolutely can't do it here. It's just that robotics is an area that already has an annoyingly deep stack, so it would be quite a bit of work to set something up. Um, I doubt it would be more work than, like, let's say Valo is done for RuneScape, though. Probably less work than that. But I actually consider the RuneScape environment to be more important than humanoid robotics. You can mull that one over. Path for humanoid robot to get to human level intelligence. Well, you can just take the robot portion out of that entirely, right? Like, you're simply not going to have human level intelligence, like a robot or otherwise, with current approaches. The language models do not have general intelligence, they have narrow intelligence. I also don't think it's important. I really don't. It does 99% of jobs. Well, the specific 1% in missing happens to comprise, like, basically all of the problems that I care about. So, like, actually making tons of stuff super cheap and efficient, or like massively advancing science, or solving disease. You have a job. That's not the way that I see it. I suppose I see the world very differently. Okay, it had to add this one ply thing. It's not terrible though. I mean, having humanoids building stuff in a factory is just so incredibly stupid to me. Like, I'm sure that people will do it, and I'm sure it will make a bunch of money. That doesn't make it not completely dumb. I mean, look at what language models are doing now. People are shoving language models into all sorts of applications where they make absolutely no sense and paying lots of money to do it. Like, that doesn't make it smart. I really don't like... No, this is bad. Okay, we have to figure this thing out. How much do I spend on tokens? Whatever the sub price is divided by 30, so like $10 or like $3. People like money? Oh, I like money too, but the things that I want most in life are not things that I can buy with money, at least not yet. Let me know when money can cure aging and prevent all disease and such. Then I will be very, very interested in money. Tempting to do research at OpenAI Anthropic? No, because the job would probably be very miserable. They pretend that they're labs, but they're not really labs anymore. They're just big companies. They were actually labs back when they had like 100 people. OpenAI was awesome when it had like 100 people. Probably be commoditized. That'd be fun to discover that and then just go sell that for like $5 or something. Yeah, 5 times 7 billion is still a lot of dollars. Chrome. What is that? I'm also not beta testing medicine. That just seems not smart. Hang on, I actually have to figure this out because this snapshot thing is really jank. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this is worth it. I really don't think the snapshot stuff is worth it. We can fix all the other ends. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm glad we didn't commit that. I've been doing RL since like 2017 or something. You can look at some of the stuff from my thesis as to why I think it's important long term. The short version is just interactivity is fundamental to intelligence. And then as I worked more on it, it became very clear that there's a wide set of problems where this seems like really the only viable solution. There was a lot of jank in the field, and very many large subsections of it just fundamentally do not work, and all the lit is wrong. But at least with the approach we have now, things are working, things are fast, and things are stable. The progress has been great. Honestly, more has happened in the last couple years around with Puffer than I've seen happen the whole decade prior. There's still a few problems left unsolved, but I think overall it's very close to just being mature, and stable tech. Arguably, it might even be so now, and I just am setting too high of a threshold. But certainly in the next year. Why is there no research on timeline today? Who the hell runs this account? Alright, chess going well? Oh, I missed that totally. Um, you can ask Jess about chess. I'm not trying to, like, make a good chess policy at the moment. Jess has that project, and we will use that when we do more self-play stuff. I'm mostly just cleaning up all of the environments for release, which includes integrating chess. But that's about it at the moment. I mean, we have 60 plus environments. Give me a break. I gotta merge a lot of stuff in. Look, check this out, okay? So this is the live version of Puffer. This is the number of environments we have, you see? Okay, now check out the number of environments we have here. Whoa. GRPO. You're kind of just screwed in LLM-RL. Like, that's not a good algorithm in general RL at all. But they can't train value functions, so they're just screwed. I'm dropping the sequential move thing for environments where it makes a mess of the code. Sometimes the best thing you can do is know when a feature is not worth it. We still have a lot of M's where it just works. How do I get rid of this button? There you go. Non-game ends. Drone. Drive. Weekly electric fish simulator. There'll be blog on this soon. I think we have one more in here, don't we? Oh, there are a few, like, sort of semi-M's, like the Antsenv and stuff. And I've been meaning to actually look at this. Apparently this is some quantum mechanics thing. I need to understand this better, though, to actually fix this. And when I say apparently, it's actually from somebody who knows what he's doing. But I need to fix the RL on it. There need to wait. No, you don't need to wait. Start writing an env. You can write it on 4.0 if you want. Like, the changes on the end from 4 to 5 are really basic. It'll be very simple to port stuff. But I will just go look myself. What the fuck? Yeah, these agents just do retarded things. I don't know. It's weird. Hive versus open code. I'm not using either of those, dude. This is just grok. Yeah, I don't know. It's just bizarre. Client of, like, cast 1 to what the hell, right? Well, whatever. It takes us like an extra half hour than I would have liked, but we'll get it done. Kind of stupid. Yeah, this and this, very stupid. We'll fix that. Hello, Jess. We got a clean thing for some of the turn-based M's, but for the more complex ones, it's not worth it. It adds like a between 50 and 100 lines of really dumb jank state snapshot bullshit. We'd have to make a much more major change to the way that the puffer like library as a whole works, and it's really just not worth. So ends where we can trivially just make the moves obviously more sequential, we will. And anywhere we can't, whatever, it'll just be like simultaneous looking. Okay, almost done. This should all end up being minimal diffs. We still get our render fixes. It is fine. And we just have to deal with our core diff. 200 lines. That one will be a little difficult. Agriculture did okay. Can't even get it going again. Did okay, but hard. Can't get it going again. Suddenly not working at 512 would just, yeah, that would just be a hyper shift. You pretty much should never just increase the model size and then have everything break. Particularly not with MuP. But you can shift some hypers, especially if you're in an unstable regime. From what I saw from that competition, it's mostly not implementing a shitty deceptive reward. And also obviously having obs and action spaces formulated correctly. Wait, what the hell is happening here? Are we done? No? We're just spinning forever being stupid, huh? Oh, there we go. No? Not a great self-play, Env. Hmm. The EMAG target. Oh, did that work? That's a very nice data point to have, because we're pretty interested in applying that technique more widely. Why do I keep opening that? Is it done? Discord? Oh, yeah. I have a feeling it just broke everything. We'll see. Fucking stupid model. It's weird, like, I have it on medium, so it's fast. But, like, it should never even be spinning for 9 minutes. Oh, stupid day. What am I gonna do? Really annoying day. We did figure out, I mean, to be fair, this day started dealing with a very janky, obnoxious rendering issue. I thought we were going to be able to do something better for turn-based because of this, but I mean, we still, like, 5 of the M's have simple turn-based, like, nice render. And some of them, there's just not a good way to do it, which is fine. Okay, at least this should be fast. As long as this works from here, we'll just commit this. And then we will look at shared. Since when I'm a subscriber. Somebody donated some subs, like, right as I closed the stream yesterday, I think. Let me check. Does it show me anywhere? Not immediately, it doesn't. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened either way. No ads? Yeah. Alright. Hopefully, this should now be just tiny, tiny, tiny fixes. We went on a little bit of a tangent, but we did end up fixing like 5 M's out of it. I don't know whether it was worth it or not, but it's fine. So now, We double check, we push everything, and we deal with core. Which basically all the really simple two-player games where it's trivial to rewind one action. Those ones will render nicely and sequentially. And the ones that change a lot of state will not. That should actually include chess, to be fair. Uncertain whether it does. Then that should be easy, Jess. I don't know whether it's implemented or not. I will take a look at that at some point, if it isn't already. We have like 60 envs, though. Envs that I would like to see expanded. This Ants env, Prawn, boss fight. My own minimal env I need to do a little work on. Asteroids for sure. Chess. Craft decks. Lots of M's. I should be able to deal with it, Jess. It's pretty simple. As soon as we start using chess for self-play stuff again. I thought, Finn's working on conditional action trees. Okay, this is good. Let's just double check that all the ends work and we'll be done. This is loading too big of a policy. Oh yeah, this env as well I need to finish. Titan model. It just fucks everything up somehow, like no matter what. It's kind of impressive, honestly. Good. Stupid. Go back through these again. Good. Yeah, this is definitely broken. I think we'll commit from here as long as this is fixed. I'm tired and I'd like to have at least an hour to do some core work. Good. Done. This is a pretty small. For 60 Ms, I think we did all right on our fixes today. Okay. That's fine. Yep. Most inspired me to go on a diet. 1,000 calories a day now. That might be very aggressive. Even my 1,500 calorie a day diet, like my 1,500 calorie per day cut, I was still eating like 1,500 calories. 1,000 is a bit more than psychotic. That might be a little dangerous. I don't know. If you weigh 120 pounds, it might be fine. Just be a little careful with it. But yes, generally, heavy cut is good. Running is very good. You pretty much you can cut as much as you want up into the point where that you're like completely crashing all your hormones and just feel awful. You shouldn't just feel awful. Definitely you feel a bit fatigued, especially after a few weeks. But it shouldn't be completely miserable. The running should be more miserable than the diet, let's put it that way. But yeah, good on you. Fitness is important. I checked today because I've lost a lot of weight. So I was hoping I didn't lose too much strength. I weigh like 171 and I can still bench 2 plates for 5. I could bench 2 plates for 10 at like 183, 184 pounds at the start of the summer. So, I mean, that's not bad for having lost over 10 pounds. Still pretty well maintained. It really depends on the training block I'm doing. This summer has been, I'd say, relatively chill. I did a 5K this morning, and then I did some lifting. The dish is, well, the main trail where I run is closed for a little bit. That's where I normally run 10Ks. Most of this summer, I've been running at least a couple 10Ks and a couple 5Ks a week. A serious training block, I would probably be running a minimum of 30 miles a week. Somewhere between 30 and 45. But this summer, it's mostly just been do a little bit of cardio, do a little bit of strength, do a decent cut, and that's about it. Fuck is this? Just debloating a couple small things. Just sneaks all these little stupid changes in, you know? Fun. Original perf weights didn't account enough for highest level of difficulty. Okay. I have to still look at it, Convert. I've been stuck dealing with horse shit today. just mentioned me. He got you confused with Finn on some other thing. It's good. Okay, that's fine. This is just first pass, obviously. I'm hoping most of this code just goes away. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick while this runs. We'll see whether this is a just all bloat or whether I actually have to. Well, we'll check in the meantime, I suppose. What do we have here? Mask changes. Okay, there's some legitimate stuff in here. Dev tool. Okay. Yep, that's good. That gets rid of half of the bloat, at least, and then I get to check it from there. That would be nice. Because otherwise, it's like... Otherwise, it gets ridiculous. Yeah, 250 lines. And then obviously I know that I have in Puffer End, I have a bunch of more cuts to make. So we'll still be shipping 10K. That's good. It's broken. Hmm? That's fine. Okay. Hopefully. I mean, we'll have to check, obviously, but hopefully we minify a fair bit. 528. Hmm, cool. That's nutty and weird. What's diet like this summer? Typically bagel sandwich and a minestrone soup for breakfast. No lunch, and either like some lean steak and rice from Mexican place, or a big bowl of like chicken and rice soup for dinner. A few extras depending on energy levels and exercise for the day. I was feeling kind of beat up this morning, so I got a couple of like biscuit cookies with my morning coffee before I ran. Usually a couple times a week if I've done like a bunch of running, or I'm just generally feeling kind of beat up. I'll get like an extra pastry or something with breakfast that usually evens everything out. But otherwise it's pretty good. What are we doing here? Oh, we're just moving stuff around. That's fine. Okay. Better. Just removing some bloat here. We'll get it down to close to 10k lines, and then once I finish all the pufferfish, mascot, whatever changes, it'll definitely be sub 10k lines, and that'll be the release. Arguably, there's some changes to Constellation, but we're pretty much done with all the major stuff. Just like, let's just do a bunch of bullshit for no reason. It's crazy. I mean, this is the stuff where it's like, these things are not generally intelligent. Like, they just make all sorts of really dumb decisions. Like, if you asked anybody to do this, they would, like, copy-paste the C code for screenshot and figure out what other minimal stuff that you need in order to make it run, right? And now this thing starts like, I wonder if we can install Node.js. I'm like, what? Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. All this stuff comes out of here. Fire. It's like, I don't understand why it's like, here's a screenshot, script in C, port this into a standalone. It's like, ah, yes, let's make a standalone with the lightest dependency ever. Node.js. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? I don't know. We like forgive these errors, I think, a lot more in language models because it's very quick to just say, no, 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 do it this way. But like, if you gave this task to a coworker or whatever, and then they came back with this dumb bullshit, you just look at them just like, why the hell do we have you around again? Auto research. So basically, any time I've tried to let models do any form of even semi-autonomous research, they will come back with something that looks good and then takes me 4 hours to figure out is completely and utterly invalid. I don't know, you kind of have to be smart, like, a little bit to do good research. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Twitter's not the real world. People in SF are so incredibly out of touch. It's honestly kind of unbearable. I sort of used to like being around this area, like even going into SF once in a while to see what was happening. But it's such a big perversion of the field at this point. It's bullshit. It's kind of feels like it's like LA almost. It's like Hollywood. Except instead of it being like movie fake status stuff, it's like fake tech that doesn't actually work status bullshit. And I'm not saying that the models aren't useful, right? The models are very useful. But I mean, it's kind of like if I were to go around claiming that Puffer's models are AGI, right? It's like, oh yeah, we just have AGI as your service. It's like, well, our models are very useful, but nope, they're narrow, right? They're narrow task specific models. Timelines. Oh, I have a great definition of AGI, and unlike everybody else, I haven't changed my definition every year. Let me show you. I love when somebody gives me an excuse to bring this up. Here's my definition of AGI, okay? This was published in 2024, but like I came up with this in I think 2017 or 2018 at OpenAI. Here you go. Why? Dude, I literally have the Y Grok above my head floating in text, and why do people still ask me this? It's faster. That's literally it. It's not that complicated. So what do you think? Good definition? You can read the rest of the article. Why Grok 4.6? Damn it, let's see. Grok AGI? No. Does it let me cast Fireball? Doesn't let me cast Fireball, does it? Eventually we're gonna get a model that lets me cast Fireball. There's actually an article behind that that makes some amount of sense. It's not totally just a meme. It also has the really useful side effect of preventing people from moving the damn goalpost constantly, which is nice. I believe so. Crit. I'm kind of tired and I'm gonna have to check a few more things, but overall pretty good. LMRL. I mean, I kind of like to troll the LLM people by saying it's stupid baby mode RL for stupid babies. Realistically, it's not like the thing that they're doing is dumb. It's just that the whole problem formulation is dumb and prevents you from doing anything meaningful other than just like burning as many dollars as possible on a really shitty signal. Mask sampling. Hmm? I see something weird. Okay, I gotta now check the main file. Eval can open. No, we don't need that actually. When I cut 1K, I've probably been cutting 1K for a good number of the last few weeks. 2 meals. It's kind of more fundamentally screwed with the LLM stuff. There might be some clever way, but they probably need to just massively reformulate things. It's not gonna just be simple, I wouldn't think. The hell? Nah, this is not making this. I refuse to believe this is not just like loading a castle asset or at the very least a very like large piece set and plunking everything down. It depends how much money they're willing to burn. They can say as much as it takes, but at some point they run out of money. Like the mat. We have lots of M's that need improvement, Crit. Is it a person or technology who decides what comments are displayed on the channel? So because I use Restream, so YouTube, Twitch, and X all have their own automatic, like I have not enabled anything. Like I have not enabled any additional filters, but they all have their own automatic filtering. And then Restream occasionally like screws up and drops messages as well. So nobody is actively trying to drop messages, but some of the platforms definitely have random filters on stuff. I actually don't like this. Getting rid of jank. Yeah, we don't need any of this. Oh yeah, by the way, this is totally allowed. Okay, there's still some bloat. There's still some bloat. Geometry dash. I mean, it will be funny in the sense that, like, RL will do very, very well at it, and it's very hard for people to play. It honestly would be pretty fun to have that as an env. I don't know whether it would be trivial or not. It's kind of interesting in the sense that there are, like, lots of jumps that you need to practice. It might have an interesting learning pattern to it. I wouldn't be surprised. Particularly if you made it actually good and could load the real maps. MIT who? For 6, 1998. Welcome. Experimenting with agents. You can do that for very simple M's. That will rapidly become a mess for anything substantial. Cannot live without the garbage collector. All right, let me tell you how we do memory management around here, all right? We allocate all the memory we need at the start of the program on initialization. We don't allocate anything during the main loop of the program whatsoever, and that's it. That's memory management. It's very easy. Like, most of the need for memory management is higher level languages just allocating everything everywhere. You don't even need an arena, is the crazy thing. You don't even need that. Did you know that you don't actually have to free your memory if it's supposed to be there for the lifetime of the program? The OS will free it for you. The only memory that you have to free is like dynamically growing memory, which most of the time you just should not have. Isn't that funny how we just cut off like 550 lines of jank that the LLM added? And we're back under 10,000 lines for the entire project. That's a small program. I mean, it's the highest performance reinforcement learning library. Like, obviously, it took a lot of work to design the entire thing in static memory, but we designed the entire thing in static memory. And yes, generally, string functions allocating everywhere is a mess. They should not be doing that. There are a couple places where it's unavoidable, and you do have to do a little bit of memory management. We have that with, I think, the config loader, but that's pretty much the only place. Reflection in documents. Ah, that's fun. Yeah, if you're doing a lot of heavy work with strings, it gets to be annoying. Still, though, manual memory management is still not that hard, even when you do have to actually do it. I generally don't like having functions that dynamically allocate memory that are going to be called in a loop that like return allocations. I typically prefer to have the caller allocate the memory, pass the memory in to whatever, and then clean it up itself. I'm kind of tired for the day. I think this is enough. I've gotten it back under 10k lines again. There's still some macro jank at the bottom here I want to clean up. Allocate memory is not in my vocabulary. Uh, no, I think garbage collection is basically a non-starter for my work. We do ultra high performance simulation. And generally for what I do, I'm very, very happy with C. I wrote Python for like a decade. Awful. Everything just feels so much easier and so much simpler in C. Because you don't need to workarounds to get high performance. You just get high performance. few seconds or two mean nothing. Well, when we train at 60 million steps per second, one additional microsecond in our hot loop completely crushes performance. We have to care about microseconds over batches of data and nanoseconds on the individual env path. This is still 4.6 million SPS on a 3080 without GPU mode enabled for the env. In DMC. Yeah, that thing is a mess. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Hope you're doing better soon. Jeez. Well, hopefully there's some entertainment for you then. We are working on some pretty cool tech. Though at the moment, this is mostly janitorial work. Oh, okay, that's fine. I think that's my cue for today. Are we memeing here? I really don't like anything whatsoever about Rust. Okay, this is good. I'm happy for now, guys. There might be some obvious broken things. I'm gonna have to check this when I'm fresh. But 5.0 is pushed. Oh, I forgot the build script. Hang on, let me make sure I am at least pushing build and stuff. Let me just push this. Memory safety. Not a feature that you actually need. Makes you write really awful, janky code. Bleh. Alright. Is this AI training? Yes, we're training models. Our models are very small and train very fast. If you'd like to learn more, we have demos on puffer.ai. These are all models that run in your browser. They're tiny. This is not running on our server. This is just running live on a single thread in your browser. We have some puzzle games. We have some non-game tasks like drone and driving. Lots of different things. It's been a long weekend with all the work. I know today was a somewhat shorter day. Actually, how long did I stream so far today? 5 hours, 5.5 hours. We're gonna see how I feel. I may or may not do an evening stream today. I am gonna be live tomorrow. I have some work that I want to finish on this tomorrow with NetHack especially. Tomorrow might be a good day to do some NetHack. We will see. I also just generally want to make sure that the release is not janky. We do have some sweeps to orchestrate and such. Should be good overall, though. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in. All the folks on YouTube and Twitch. If you're interested in my stuff generally, puffer.ai, start the puffer on GitHub. It helps us out a lot for free.